this is where we left because we need to make a decision. So should we check the casino at the B deck, the first class cabin on the B deck, the hallway with all the rooms at the C deck, or back in the larger hospital room in the C deck? I want to check the casino.
How about the casino on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
They took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
I'm just not seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
Listen to what she has to say, refuse and leave. Oh, we're not gonna be idiots. Like, we're stuck together. I know she sometimes bolt on her own and... Alright, listen to what she has to say.
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
5 plus 6 plus 8. There's no number door number 1.
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1.
5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 19. 19, 9 plus 1 equals 10, 1 plus 0 equals 1.
But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
Snake.
What? Isn't that easy? 7.
7.
Oh, if we add 7...
We can go to the number 8. Oh.
Plus 7, the digital root of 26 to...
Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door.
Wait a minute. What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
1, 2,
why don't you
3,
add them
4. That was simple
1
enough.
plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. And 1 plus 0 equals 1. The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room.
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of course not. What kind of woman do you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we wouldn't really be leaving them behind.
No, that's not how the game works. We might need them later, so...
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage to escape, there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through. Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is hidden, but an exit can be found.
Yeah. Alright, this is funny, like, this is like the ADV screen. I'm gonna stick to novel.
Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Yeah, that's right. The digital root for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Lotus scratch her back over here.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate? That's all you have to say?
She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's impossible. Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The moment she said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
Oh. Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but how Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying the prospect was beyond him.
Is that really okay? That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's
Lotus's forehead
You
furrowed.
think I can have a moment alone? There's some things I need to think about.
Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
Yeah.
Junpei's heart felt heavy, and he stepped sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Well, regardless,
So he forced himself to smile and turned to June.
let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
All right. Where should we go next?
The first class cabin, B deck, the hallway with all the rooms, C deck, or back to large hospital room. The
Let's go
first
take a
class
look
cabin.
at the first class cabin. It's really close.
They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at the meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. What should Junpei do? Talk to her, leave her alone. Let's
Are you
talk to
alright?
her. He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond.
Look, I know you're really worried, but
He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seems to have been very close to.
Alone,
Her voice was thin and barely audible.
alone,
Hmm?
alone. I said leave me alone!
Suddenly she was screaming.
You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
Junpei was taken aback. Such anger and hate. June's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Huh? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
all right. Let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over his shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile.
So, where do you think we should go next?
Hallway with all the rooms, back to the large.
Hey, why don't we go back to C deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together they ran down the stairs.
Oh, it's Ace.
Ahead of them, farther down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
What should Junpei do? Run to Ace.
Let's go.
With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ah, hello there. Snake is... well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet?
Yeah, doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover's sake.
Right.
June's face looked kind of enraptured.
By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really siblings?
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei.
Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They don't look alike at all.
Ace looked at him for a moment and then spoke.
Yes, you know, now that you mention it, they don't.
Now that you mention it,
Still, there are a great many siblings who do not look like one another. It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why, or even if it was saying what he thought it was. But he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
At June's urging, they left. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
Something about that was... I'll think on it later. Like Ace said, finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear his mind.
Alright, where should we go next?
Back to the large hospital room.
Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed back towards the large hospital room.
Hey, wait. That's...
Santa. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door.
Santa?
Junpei paused. What should he do? Talk to him. Junpei and June walked up to Santa.
What are you doing?
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
Kinda does.
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but...
Who do you think did it?
Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
Snake, Lotus, Zero, or someone other than the 8 of them.
Maybe there's someone else on this ship with us.
You mean someone hiding here?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just an idea.
And you're saying this mystery person fixed the reds?
Yeah,
Why?
that's, I don't know.
Santa shoved his hands into his pocket and cracked his knuckles.
Seems unlikely.
Why?
I don't know. Just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero'd bring in a secret 10th player. I mean, the name of the game is the Nonary game, for Christ's sake. You know what Nonary means, right? It means 9.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean more like someone who's been living here for a long time. Or someone who, like, stayed here.
Seriously? That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone?
Junpei furrowed his brow.
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Santa grinned.
Bingo! We have a winner.
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah,
But why?
no idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah.
Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about it that made Junpei wary. At first, he would assume that the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate the assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
Look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the back.
With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. Where would they go next? Finish searching.
Let's go take a look around the casino.
Okay.
There's no one here. Let's try somewhere else. Let's go back downstairs.
See?
Oh, nobody's here. Let's look somewhere else.
But where?
Why don't we go back to the big...
Okay.
Turn.
I don't think anyone is here.
Finish searching. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Lotus looked around at 6. frustrated faces and
And
spoke.
we can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here. We need to get moving.
Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snake seems to have completely disappeared. There was no point to wasting any more time. The others seems to be having similar thoughts, but they stay silent. Finally, Seven spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
Well, perhaps that's a bit of a harsh word, but yes. You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Leaving behind 3 people with 2 teams of 4 and 3? Not sure. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was
Wait
true.
a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2, and 1 person is left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, then why do 3 people have to be left behind?
Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, 6. Who's left over?
That would be 3, 7, 8.
Yeah.
What's the digital root for that?
3 plus 7 plus 8 is 18.
Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. It doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal, we only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3, 3, and 1.
When Seven spoke, his voice was strained.
Then... you're saying we gotta decide who's gonna stay behind.
Yes, we do. Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to sacrifice themselves.
No, that's too cruel!
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant! We shouldn't sacrifice anyone!
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up!
Whoa, whoa. Calm down, you two.
Santa stepped between Lotus and June.
Look, what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly. That's how democracy works. And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
No! That's terrible!
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I can't say I agree with you, but we don't exactly have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Oh, glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. Her whole body dropped Junpei. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she even heard Lotus'
Hey.
proposal.
Clover,
Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder.
your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice 1 person, then we can go look for him. You agree with me, right?
Okay.
Clover nodded once.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked towards Junpei.
Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus' entire speech, and everybody jumped a little. 6 pair of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice, or even care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything.
June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them.
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given us.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer.
We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Junpei has no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. June bit her lip so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hand. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap. It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already D-deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. In the sudden silence, the only sound... surprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
What are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell has been broken, the other all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa? I have to find my brother. Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this. There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine! Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran towards Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed when June grabbed his hand and pulled.
Ace! Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then it happened. He fell. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something!
She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
This.
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
It was a syringe and a small vial. The vial was empty. It had only recently been empty. A few drops clung to the side. There was a label taped to the side of the container. It reads, Soporil Beta. Soporil Beta?
Soporil Beta. What does this do?
Must be sleeping drug.
Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms, I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am. Very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he had done it. Ace has injected himself with anesthetic to forestall Junpei and June's attempt to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind.
Ace!
Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
No! Don't, Ace! Don't fall asleep!
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped over further and further, almost as though he were dying.
Ace! Ace!
She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was in fact still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
He lifted Ace up to the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No, nothing.
It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly, Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Ah, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step toward 7. He threw up his hand and made a face like a child caught with his hand in a cookie jar.
Me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
All right, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Junpei, which door do you want?
At last, Junpei's mind was already made up. Door number 3, door number 7, door number 8. I'm gonna choose different people this time. I'm gonna go with door number 7, along with 7.
I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is. Yeah. All right then. That means June's got to go through 8.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to
If the
explain.
6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A.
Have 3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
Plan B.
4, 5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8.
This is probably what we're gonna do, since I chose 7 with 7. Clover is gonna be with us. Meantime, Santa, June, and Lotus is gonna go through 8. And plan C.
4, 3, 6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8.
So nowhere can I go to door number 3, which is weird.
There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corner of her
Oh
eyes.
no! You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed still his resolve and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said something. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
The voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered a moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
It's open.
The narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
The moment they did, the bracelet beeped. The detonators in their bracelet has been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But he was about to step over to the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door number 8. June stood there, mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left! No time to waste, guys! Let's get moving!
Seven lead the way to down the hallway. Junpei and Clover follow him as fast as they could. After what seems like far more than 81 seconds, they reach the end of the hall.
Look! The door on the left! I can see the dead!
There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All three slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seems forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but... Whew. You never really get used to it.
I bet. I want to check something. Would you like to save? Yeah, sure. Not what I wanted to do, but... Finish saving. Would like to quit? No! Not what I wanted to do. No!
I'd like to see you try.
Whoa. That made me skip dialogue. I don't want that. No. No. Okay. So, this is the second time we've gone through one of these doors. Phew, you never get really used to it. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought a guy your side would have bigger balls than that. What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again, I dare you. You have no... You wanna die? I'd like to see you try. Okay, so... Yeah, this is the flow chart. So I'm taking the left path. I see. Alright. Taking the left path. So that means the one on the right would have been if I choose door number 3. That will lead me straight here and then this ending. Alright. So I'm guessing I'm having one puzzle and then we're gonna move back together and then I'm gonna have another choice. Okay.
You fucking brat. Alright, let's go!
Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good.
Junpei sided. Okay. File, calculator, save map. Casino. Okay. Kitchen. I've been there. So this is the second class cabin. The B deck. What's this? B deck central staircase. First class cabin. Are those all the puzzles? No, maybe this is just B deck. Sometimes you wonder if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced.
Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors.
They didn't respond, but Junpei was in the mood for conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight. There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
At last, he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
Something about it made Junpei feel nervous.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed his brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
A chill snaked his way down Junpei's neck.
Let's just go.
Junpei's spine. Quickly gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by the screen.
What the hell is this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. And of course she does that. Her scream nearly blew up Junpei's eardrum.
What?
Clover!
He and Seven ran towards Clover to see what had frightened her.
Hey, what's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
It's a mannequin. Jeez.
Is this a corpse?
No, it's not a corpse. You can see the articulations. It's a mannequin. There's something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly they approached. Yeah, we see there's a cavity, and we see a heart. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
Here you go.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intensely as possible from as far away as possible at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of.
A heart.
I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
Yeah.
It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that this was a heart.
Why would there be a heart in a doll?
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Yup.
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
Ew. Shut up, Seven. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him.
Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Puzzle time! Seek your way out! Operating room. Alright. Let's see what I'm working with. Speed up, item. Oops. Okay, there's a table with many... That's a lot of surgery stuff! There's some scalpels, a few pair of forceps, and a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful, though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new! This one? Yeah, looks used too. Ew. Scalpels, that's not rusty. Seems like it was put there for a reason, huh? You think it's tell us to cut something? Yeah, I do. Okay. None of these other stuff is useful. Yeah, it's pretty rusty. Alright. Okay, now we see a torso with half of the skull open so we can see the inside of the body. Like we see the brain, the eyes, the mouth, the nasal cavity, some sort of arteries, the lungs, the heart, liver, part of the stomach, an internal organ, specifically a lung. A medical mannequin with its guts showing. Ew, gross! Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out? Damn it! Damn it, stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. You need something small that can't fit into that little hole. Fit into that little hole? Okay. No. Hey! I wonder what this thing is! It says KG on the display! You think maybe it's a scale? Yeah, it's a scale. There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. I can't even get under it with my nails either. Okay. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know? Hey, it says something here. John? You think that's his doll's name? Maybe. This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. Okay. An operating table. You think all operating table look like this? I have no idea. There's a curtain in the back, a white cloth. Okay, there's a pipe here. Can do anything with it. This is an operating table. The medical mannequin is lying on it. Okay. What about this? There's a table with more instruments. They use these for surgery, right? Let's see. Syringes, caps, a plate. There's a sort of scissorish thingy. Forceps. Yeah. Kosher forceps. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. No, that's probably a pair of kosher forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood, vessel shot, and keep tissue out of the way. Kind of like, you could use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that. Okay, I see what you want me to do. So we use this on the mannequin over there to remove the lung. Here you go, fake organ. So we took the organ thingy out of the chest thingy. It's a lung, not an organ thingy. Huh? This part here on the back, it's all rubbery. You right. So it's a fake organ, of course it'd be. Wait, what's Seven's grabbing it for? Hey, it feels like something in there. You think we can cut it through the rubber part? Yeah. Let me check. Combine. Knife plus lung. Let's try cutting this organ with scalpel. Organ key? There was a key inside of the lung. Okay. No, I lost the lung. Okay, now I got a key. Funny. This is a white cloth. I remove the cloth and then we see another medical mannequin. Yeah, it's a female mannequin. All I have is the head and one arm. From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only have her head and her left arm. Maybe we're supposed to get her all her parts? Let's see, there's some kind of device attached to the bed. It says KG on the panel. Is this a scale? Okay, there's a scale on it too. What's this thing? It's got this short iron leg. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. There's a pipe going outside. Yeah, that's it. Pipe going outside. I know. Let's go all through that pipe and escape. Are you nuts? What the hell is wrong with you? Junpei, are you flexible like an octopus or something? Okay. Okay, here's a torso. Fake chest. And there's a place to put a heart in. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gay gas to kill the bacteria? There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid in the drawer or in the drawers. The thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. There's nothing in the drawer. There's a lot of different kind of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. There are a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they are all big medical words I don't understand. The drawer is empty! Yeah, nothing here. Okay, what's this? Oh, I can go there. Preparation room. It's locked. Can go here. Chemical room. Locked. How about this? Junpei, where are you going? That's the door we came through. The only thing out there is the number door. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the number door is a one-way deal. So, you're saying there's no point going back there, huh? And there's nothing awesome. Okay. Something that looks like it's with a scale next to a burn table, something that looks like a lid. There's a lot of tools. Yeah, something would happen if I gather all the body parts. I'm gonna wait until I have everything before looking. There's nothing on the lower shelves. Whoops. Hello, Tyler! How you doing? I'm doing good. This is my second part of my double feature. I'm playing 999, the Nonary games. I'm inside of a 100-year-old operating room, and right now I found pieces of a puzzle. There's a female body here. I have a chest piece. There's one head and one left arm, and I suppose I need to find the rest of the body. And there's a scale in kilograms that I think I need them to assemble the body so that that mannequin weighs the same as this mannequin over there, who is completely full. And yeah, apparently his name is John. I found a key, but I don't know where to put it yet. The chest of the medical mannequin, an organ is missing. Yeah, I took it out. A table of a scalpel and forceps. They're all rusty though, I don't think they'll be real useful. Okay. I found a cabinet with medicines, but I don't think I don't see a keyhole. That's a lot of medicine. I wonder if one of these is a laxative. Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us has had the same idea. If we had some laxative, maybe we could crap out of the bomb Zero put us in. Oh yeah, because we have bomb inside of our bodies. And like in 5 hours, if we don't come out, like, yeah, Like there are some special doors. If we get inside the door, it's like a Suicide Squad thing. Okay, it's hard to explain on the fly because there's numbered doors. We have to make people with the digital route that match the number on the door can get in. But when they're in, they have to ID the number to verify that only those three got. Those who opened the door got in, and only them got in. Because the moment you get into the door, the countdown triggers, and then you have 81 seconds to disarm the bomb, or else you explode. And yeah, and unfortunately, damn it, I don't know what medicine does what here. Yeah. Nothing on the lower shelf. I'm trying to see if there's a part of the... Yeah, there's a heater here, because there's some... So it looks like it's probably a heater. There's nothing in it. Oh, okay. Because there's a place to sterilize the tools, but I think for boiling tools to sterilize them, there's nothing in the drawer. Trying different part of the... Nothing on the lower shelf. Shelves of private bottles. Oh wait, I'm stupid. There's a preparation room here and the door is locked. Cool, it's unlocked. Okay, I'm opening a door. Alright. There's a coat hanger, that little corridor, I'm turning the corner, and then, okay, what's this? Let's see, a piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? Let's see what it is. New material has been added to the file screen. Right? Okay, the medical record. A medical record found in the preparation room. It has record for the two mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female named Lucy. The record shows these mannequins' total weight and the weight of each of their individual parts. Okay, so John is supposed to weigh 51.3 kilo. His chest weight 6.2. His heart 2.3. His right arm 1.5. His abdomen 5.6. His left leg 4.5 and his right leg 3.4. While Lucy, her heart weighs 2 kilos, her chest 6, right arm 1, abdomen 5, left leg 4, right leg 3. Doesn't make sense why the left leg is better than the other. Alright. They say I could use a hint, but I don't want to use it now. Map screen control, flowchart control, escape. There's escape take number 1. Pressing X during escape makes the search cursor's place. No, that wasn't it. You can switch item on the item screen. Combining items. Oh, I've seen all this during the flowchart. You can jump to different places in the story by using the flowchart. Alright. Okay. Alright, what else is in that room? There's a door over here. There's a bench here. Ah! What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired! Alright. We see something, looks like a lamp. There's a beaker here, and then there's what's this? The white light on the top is glowing. Yeah, but the red, blue, and purple one still aren't lit. Okay. There's a ray of light going through the beaker, and it's hitting the thing on the right. Yeah, it's a right light. Okay. I found a beaker! Okay. Cannot bring it with me, but alright. Good ball, no time for sleeping. Yeah, you could call, yeah, no time for sleeping. Oh, there's some sort of locker room. One has a red panel, one a blue panel, and one a yellow panel. So I guess that... it won't open! Looks like it's locked! There's a red plate on it! Do you think that means something? Yeah. Damn, it's not opening! Locked, of course. The blue plate on here is a little suspicious, though. Damn, it's not opening. It won't even budge. It's good, this purple plate on it, too. It's got this purple plate on it, too. Okay. So... a sink! The doctors and nurses probably washed their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Yeah, it's true. The sink doesn't look suspicious. Okay. So let's use this door. Oh! It has the number of Jupiter. So, oh, this is how I get out. It's a Jupiter key. What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. Light switch ain't working. This is a lock. It's locked. It won't even budge. You think this is the exit? Yes, it is. Okay. So what about this? Is there another cabinet with a drawer in it? That was it. Okay. So if I go back, nothing here, nothing here. If I go back one, that was the preparation room. We'll go here. Chemical room. Can I open? Awesome! It's unlocked. Oh, the key opens both rooms. All right. Now there's a lot of stuff here. Let's see this shelf. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe, F-E. F-E stands for iron, right? Yeah. There's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. It says F-E on the bottle. Hey, Junpei, sorry. Like June's nickname for Junpei is Jumpy. But his name is pronounced is spelled Junpei. So it's Junpei. Hey Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she's pointing at? The label states NaCl. Yeah, it's sodium chloride. Salt, huh? Do you think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey, you say something? There's a bottle of salt on the shelf. The label says NaCl. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right? Okay, it's some sort of alcohol. It's ethanol. Yeah, she is evil indeed. It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So you're gonna drink it? ... Junpei ... Nah, I won't. It might say that's what it's on the label, but there could be anything in there. Alright. Huh? Something stinks! Is it coming from this bottle? Oh, it says NH3. Oh. Well, that of course it stinks. It's ammonia. NH3, ammonia. There's a bottle of ethanol on the shelf. The label says CO2. Hey, Junpei! There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. H2O. Why don't you just say water? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Okay. That's a canister of carbon dioxide on the shelf. It says CO2. Okay. Oh, there's a chest with a combination on the door. Iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3, carbon dioxide equals 4, ammonia equals... No, wait. Carbon dioxide equals question mark, ammonia equals question mark, and ethanol equals question mark. Oh, okay, I see what this is. Red liquid, yeah! Blue liquid, yeah! Alright, I know what I'm gonna do with that. But right now, I'm gonna fiddle with the box's lock. Looks like you have to enter a passcode on the keypad to open it. I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is for clear. Once you input the number, press E. If you mess up, press C. Let's give it a shot. Okay, wait. So carbon dioxide should be 3. Ammonia is 4. And ethanol, I need to count the molecules again. Bottle of ammonia, it says NH3. So, oh wait. So basically, ethanol is made 2 carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen atoms in 1. 2, 6, and 1. So 9. Okay. There's a bottle of ethanol on the shelf. Ethanol is made of 2 C's, 6 H's, and 1 O. Okay. Can only enter 3 numbers. Which 3 numbers? Let's give it a shot. No. Oh! I pressed 349 and I got it right. Oh, it's an arm. The fake right arm. Alright. It's the right arm of the body. It's kind of creepy. Yeah. And what's this? A fake heart. This should be for Lucy then. A heart. This thing is super creepy. This ain't good for the heart. Yeah, so the combination was the question mark. Since 3 was for carbon dioxide, 4 was for ammonia, and ethanol was for 9 was for ethanol. Alright. So my instinct was correct. Alright, so I don't need to be in the chemistry room anymore.
You think we should go back?
Oh, cutscene.
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that 7 wasn't following suit.
Hmm?
Hey, 7, what's up?
Oh, well...
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hand.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
In response, 7 tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted around to read the label.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Ethylene diamine tartrate. What is that?
Yeah, that's right. It's EDT.
Okay, what do you use EDT on?
What kind of medicine is that?
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Okay.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still. It looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
What, you remember something?
Yeah.
7 nodded slowly and spoke. Yeah, apparently that guy has a bit of amnesia. Is a partial amnesia. He doesn't remember a lot of stuff, but his memory is getting closer. Because the reason why we call him 7 is because of the bracelet on his wrist is number 7. So we gave each other a nickname. Junpei was the first to name himself until everybody decided, okay, let's use the name codes. Since Junpei named himself, there's no point to give him a nickname. So we're with Clover because her number is 4.
Well, I remember a story about EDT.
Oh.
Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals.
Okay.
They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before.
Tide.
But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building.
Oh?
Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate.
So, not Tide.
Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner.
Yeah.
The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless.
Man!
But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory.
That's weird. One batch decided to merge water molecules to become hydrate, and then all the rest decided to follow suit.
They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal.
Ever since that day.
Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like... man, how do you say it?
Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomena spread throughout the world, right?
Junpei looked at Seven with half a smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But how did you know?
I heard another story, kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer?
Yeah, during the last playthrough we were in the freezer. It was something about glycerine.
What?
Yeah, June told me.
Junpei told Seven the story he heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. One day glycerine began to crystallize. And the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. Ice 9, yeah. Ice that would melt at 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Can you believe that? When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sounds familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
On the tip of his tongue. Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space as if he was trying desperately to focus on something far away.
Do you?
Do you know something about it? Do you know about Ice 9?
Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice.
Baby. Do 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 do. Suddenly Seven's eyes shut open.
That's it. I remember now. That woman, she's on this boat.
Huh?
That woman?
Alice!
Alice?
Who's Alice?
Come on. The woman who won't melt at room temperature.
Oh, of course. Common knowledge. Alice, of course.
Huh?
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know how the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Right. Since we're on a copy of the Titanic called the Gigantic.
Yeah, more than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history.
I think, yeah.
What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
No, they never told that story in history class. That wasn't mentioned in the movies, I think.
I think that was the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors.
Oh, the dead bodies. Oh, yeah, we never heard of that.
The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS McKay Bennett.
The McKay Bennett.
The McKay Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies.
Yikes.
The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would
Yes.
have to be for there to be icebergs and stuff.
Well, yeah, it was April.
Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
But one of the passenger, that is it saying that even they found one of the passenger was frozen, but when they were brought at room temperature, she still wouldn't melt.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the McKay Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around in the water. Things the drowned had carried with them, or stuff that dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
Ooh,
A coffin?
somebody was already dead.
Yeah, a wooden one. The craftsman who made it must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood. No nails, no reinforcements, no gaps in the wood anywhere. The thing was airtight.
Nice. It was all clipped together.
The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside it and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open.
Of course, you have to break this stuff.
Inside, they found a woman. Or, I guess you should say, they found the dead body of a woman.
But she was dressed like a mummy. Like, we can see a picture of the body. There's, she's dressed like a queen, like the wife of a pharaoh. She has a golden ornament, she has a scarab brooch, she has flower on her hair. Yeah. It's like she wasn't mummified, but she froze.
Her hair was thick and black, and her skin rich brown with no blemishes or signs of decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up any minute. She didn't, though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the McKay Bennett finished searching and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to thaw.
Except for
They say
her.
that the stink was horrible.
Yeah.
There was one body that didn't thaw,
Alice.
and that was...
The girl in the coffin.
That's right. Everybody thought for sure that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month passed, and another.
And it was summer.
And she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about her started to spread. People came to visit Halifax from all over.
I don't remember that, but then again, it was in the 1920s.
After a while, people started to call her All Ice.
All eyes. Alice. Wah, wah.
Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, the next day she wasn't.
Like Captain America. She gone. She thought, she finally thought, and then she woke up and she fled.
They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole the body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. After a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but
From back
that's not
then.
it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship,
What makes you say
Now, why the hell would you say something like that?
because I know
And just what is it you know?
what happened to Alice after she was stolen.
to be gulped?
All right, tell me. What happened to Alice?
And Seven nodded slowly and took on the look of a man recalling something long buried.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a special black market in New York. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was
Drum roll.
Lord Dashiell Gordain.
Lord Dashiell Gordain, the same guy who bought the Gigantic. Well, what do you know?
You've heard that name before, right?
Lord Gordain. Oh, isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic? The Titanic sister ship.
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. 4 years years later in 1916, he bought the Gigantic.
Yeah, makes sense.
And he hit Alice somewhere on the Gigantic. But nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
what?
well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
Past the Forest of Knowledge, that must be the library. Beneath the navel of the Gigantic, what does that mean? Below... Alright, I haven't explored the whole of the B deck, but that means she's close.
What the hell is that? Is it some kind of riddle?
Yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere on the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, as Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here!
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez!
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room.
Alice. Huh.
Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier.
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. They say that she was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Then was that Egyptian priestess Alice? Did the water in her body become Ice 9?
No, that's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist.
Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven into the operating room where Clover was waiting. Alright. So, we got some, products to put in the water. Blue liquid. Alright, let's open the light. Hey, the blue light turned on.
And I heard a noise! It sounded like something unlocking!
Yep. Oh, wait. Does that mean it's unlocked, right? Yeah, I found a leg. Fake left leg. This is the left foot of the mannequin.
You think I'm better?
What?
You think my legs are skinnier?
Why are you worried about that? Alright, so let's go with red liquid. Turn it on.
The red light's on now!
I think I heard another noise. Okay. And with that... Whoops. I get it. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one.
Good job, Junpei!
The purple light came on and I heard it unlock.
I'm sure it's unlocked! The locker with the purple plate has gotta be unlocked!
Yep. Alright, let's see what happened. Open the red door. Another leg. Fake left leg. The right foot of the medical mannequin. I guess it's a woman's foot, but damn, doesn't look hot at that. Doesn't look hot at all.
Have you got a take for feet, Seven?
No, that's crazy.
You sure acting kinda shady?
Alright, purple. Here's the chest. Oh, it's the stomach. This is a
really big nose!
That's no nose. It's a stomach.
Oh, a stomach.
Alright, I think I got enough to put Lucy all together. Going back. Going back. Okay, so we collected the 6th part of the medical mannequin. So the ones we got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah! Seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Alright. So let's see. Scale. Oh, there's a number on here! 51 kilograms? What's this? Is this the weight? Well, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that it would be the weight. But let me check the file. 51 kilograms. Is that correct? No, she's supposed to be heavier. So we're gonna switch parts with John. Okay. That's a creepy looking medical mannequin. It says John on it. There's something that looks like it could be a scale next to the operating table. There's something that looks like a lid on the front of it. There's a wait. I cannot access my items anymore. Oh, all I got is the bottle. Okay. Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight. Wait. Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed. Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap our body parts with John's. Oh, let's give it a shot. Operating instruction. The screen will display two medical mannequin. You can switch their body parts by selecting the parts you want to switch out. Oh, okay, it's a mini game. There you go. So let's switch the hearts. 51.3. Let's switch the bodies. 53. 2. 53.5. No. $52.4. 52. Yeah, I got it right. So all I change is all the pieces except the heart. Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. We better check it out. Interesting. So, what's new here? Hey, Junpei, look at the scale. Yeah. Huh? The lid on the scale. Yeah, I got the key. Hey, it opened. Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. The Jupiter key. Yeah. Is that it? Is that the puzzle? You can get out? There's nothing left on the scale. Okay. Funny how most of John's body is made of female parts. No, this is the way I came in. So, preparation room. Up.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key into the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Huh. Yeah, Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Oh, God damn it. Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She never left. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead. ...
Huh?
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Told Clover they need to leave. Gave her the 4-leaf clover. Alright.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he had been given earlier.
It's in my pocket somewhere. Here it is.
He reached into his pocket and dug it out.
A 4-leaf clover.
Santa had given it to him in the second classroom. He held it out to Clover.
Hey, did you know? Each leaf means something. Hope, faith, love, and luck. That's what a 4-leaf clover stands for. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm.
He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand.
Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, I mean, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You've just gotta believe in that.
Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hands. You could see tears start to form at the corners of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears made small, wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down at the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped an errant tear from her cheek with his thumb and gave her the best smile he could manage.
Come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit.
But still, she didn't move.
Wait, before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he became back to his senses and he realized the word meant nothing to him aside from the dictionary definition.
What?
Oh. I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Huh?
Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about?
Clover looked away. The 4-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment and then finally spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really?
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can.
Clover slipped the 4-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying, she looked up at Junpei.
Okay then, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Oh?
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Communicating through these fields that you can't see.
That again.
Fields that you can't see?
He'd heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
Yeah, I know what she's getting at. Just because beside of his arm and head and heart, all the rest of his body belonged to Lucy. So, is this John? We could say yes, but like it reminded me of there was a British philosopher. I think his name was Locke. Something about his saw, like when you patch a sock with a different fabric, if you do it enough times that nothing of the original fabric is remaining, is it still the same sock?
Huh?
All Junpei could think of was she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Locke's socks?
Yeah, oh my god, she's bringing that up. Oh my god, what a coincidence.
Or the ship of Theseus?
The ship of Theseus. No, I didn't heard of that. Junpei grew even more confused. He never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
No?
Junpei shook his head.
Really?
Clover laughed.
Okay, well pay attention then. This is how Locke's socks works.
Oh, she's gonna repeat. Yeah.
Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks.
Favorite socks.
One of them gets a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
Patch it up.
Well, I guess I'd patch it up. Get some cloth and close up the hole.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
What if another hole opened after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches until eventually the original cloth of the sock is totally gone. Once you get to that point...
Now we see a picture of the sock with different types of materials and colors. This is Locke's sock.
Can you really say they're the same socks you started with?
Well, that's tough.
Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the Locke socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Theseus is a lot like it. The ship of Theseus. If you keep fixing the damaged parts of a ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say that ship is the same one you started with?
But with a ship, like if the keel is broken, you cannot fix it. Since the wood is organic, you cannot replace it with another keel from another piece of wood. Because this is the spine of the ship. You build your ship around that part.
And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship of Theseus?
The one with the keel.
The one you repaired, or the one you built with all the original parts?
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John, or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table again. A mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Locke's socks and the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a personal identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resides in his heart, or any of a number of internal organs. And here, they have both.
John's head and heart are both his, but apart from those, and a single arm, the rest of his body was once Lucy's.
Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our body change every day. Old ones die and new ones are born.
It's true.
Maybe part of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, those cows and fishes are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
How deep is that? The silence was broken by Seven.
Hey, what the hell is taking you two so long?
Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there were more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell him in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh? What were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
You're on the clock here, folks. That's not gonna work. Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared after her, then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? Didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
We're not playing Dr. Seven. She looks too young for me anyway. I am not even sure how old she is. The way she talks, she looks like she's 18 at least. But for all we know, she's a minor. Yeah, you're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out of the door. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then.
He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt an unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door, and that was it.
Let's get going.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
Yeah, we did it!
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
You found it! They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they are all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in the corner of the hall.
May as well give it a try.
Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
June?
Huh?
He spun around. He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people going towards Junpei and his companion.
June?
June,
And
Santa, and Lotus.
And Lotus too.
They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard. So June is named after the 6th month, because she's number 6. Santa is because San is the Japanese number 3. And Lotus because there are 8 petals of on the lotus flower. And the only one missing is 1 and 2. One is Ace, who's been sleeping because we had to left him behind because we couldn't get a match for his number. And Snake for Snake Eyes for number 2, who went missing.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys!
Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
Look on the wall here.
There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. Another
A map
map!
of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So this is a map of the sea deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7. And... Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
Nice. In fact,
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to...
As he looked more closely, surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
yeah.
They moved as one for the door.
Almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off of the wall and put it in his pocket and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Set them open. And get in. They poured through the doorway into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map has said they would be.
We're back.
Back where
In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying.
Ace is up.
The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seems that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. Actually, we found one in the laboratory too. Here, the Earth key.
Yeah! Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah. On it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room. The Saturn key card we found in the kitchen. And the Earth key Lotus just gave me.
Saturn keys for the elevators, I think. And yeah, we saw keyholes for the Earth, that's for sure. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then, next to the stairs...
Wait!
They were the first words anyone has heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. Just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover, and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right, I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, Seven, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculation quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Alright, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lays beyond door 3. Take care
Okay,
now.
we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
7 nodded, as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closes noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seems rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Back in the central hallway. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in the tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm lost.
Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments, during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the card meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it. So the 2 keys that Jumpy has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, all right?
Sounds good. Then you guys should take this key.
Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these, so don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided, the 2 teams split up. Junpei and June headed for the elevator.
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
A light on the upper left corner blinked to
Great!
life.
It looks like it's working now.
All right, now how do I call the elevator?
There was a single button to the right of the elevator door.
Oh, it only has the upside down triangle on it.
So we're going down?
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the mortar as the elevator car moved down.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped towards the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Yeah, the elevator is very rudimentary. Like, if you're claustrophobic, you wouldn't like getting into that elevator. Like, there's not even room for 4, I believe. Can fit 5, but they will be really cramped. Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy. They could only go down. Oh my god, they want me to pick? Would she be afraid to being locked up alone with a boy? They could only go down makes sense because we're trying to get away from the ship. If we go down below D deck, we're gonna be flooded. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B deck near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise, like it was moving, and then it opened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head towards the interior of the elevator.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
So they're probably a part below D deck that's not submerged with water. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's test it.
Test it?
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only 2, E and C.
E deck and C deck. So you cannot go to D.
All right, I'll push E.
You push the E button and jump out of the elevator. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Alright, you wanted to test. Okay, I'm gonna try E deck. So they're gonna send the elevator down, and then the door's gonna open.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
So if their theory is correct, it should come out dry. But if it's not, they're gonna be greeted with a room full of water. That's good. That should be fun. Nope. Fine.
Yep, not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing off his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk?
Yeah.
The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright?
But...
Come on, just do it, alright?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looks worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors.
Hey, wait!
Junpei jammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap. It closed!
Door had shut, he and June were in the elevator, and he was headed down to E-Deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E-Deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
Looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. She was holding her breath.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
June looked around nervously then. Exhale.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
But there's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Junpei thought about that for a
We'd
moment.
probably die.
Oh, no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe...
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well...
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
It looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
I found door number 6!
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
Yup. You guys need Clover.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me. Huh, so you guys found door 1.
Nice. So, we're missing door 2 and door 9. They would met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the air key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a number 1 door. There was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Even so, it's still very interesting.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out. Even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah, I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
I got Danganronpa deja vu.
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed off softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. 19. 1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1.
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus' words were all the impetus they needed. The large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was Seven. Ace looks down. Clover doesn't look much chic for. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seems to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulder was trembling and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is... dead.
No.
He died, just as the 9th man did.
No. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god, that's not true, is it?
We should make sure.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait! Not that way!
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Oh, okay.
Where
So they got out. This is the exit from the number 3.
The shower room. The left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
That means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
The new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the middle door on the left wall.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as Seven has said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Let's keep going.
They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pitched his nose shut.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hand over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
There's something written on the wall. LLR. There's blood on the wall too. Splatters of blood that splashes the door too. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere. A few arms of the splatter reaching towards them as they walked through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their sources. The body itself was hidden behind the divider.
June, you should stay here.
But...
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tempt pole, turned and walked towards the end of the divider.
I'm going in.
It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. All I see is splashes of blood. I don't see a body. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in the Great Red Sea. A vast ragged hole had been torn into the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowfish fat has left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like Ace said.
But there's no way to tell this is Snake. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit on his own.
Just like the Ninth Man.
Yeah, it's just like the Ninth Man, but
the detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
We need to see a detonator. It looked as though the explosion has been quite powerful.
Oh, the bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm split open, exposing the painfully wide bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seems to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, you can't even tell who it is.
Half of his head has simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza, though covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. Oh no, those are his clothes.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it. It's
Oh. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise of a ghost would make. How many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed and her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room as noting her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Seven lowers his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he has to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each of one of them in turn and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it, alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. Snake was the only one who went through the door, and then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
But that was door number 3. So... what number would he need to open door number 3? I need to go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. I need to think about it. Okay, I'm back. So, I've been doing a little bit of thinking, and from what I understand, the killers are either June and Clover or Santa and Seven. Because if it's a number 3 door, and if you enter a 2, you need to make 12 to make a digital root of 3. So since there's no number 9, Ace is innocent. Since there's no more than 1 5, I'm innocent. Since Snake is using it, is in Lotus cannot be it, so it's either Santa 7 or Clover June.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arm and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered that.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Junpei. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Junpei wasn't sure, or of course. I would say yes. Of course he was. That was obvious.
But I don't...
Zero was somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
Suddenly everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting, moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Was he one of them? That's possible or that's crazy? I'd say that's possible.
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
No reason. I've got a great reason. And what's that? The bracelets.
He held out his left
Why are
arm.
the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
Huh. You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the Nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei left the question hanging in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because...
Junpei choked. He hasn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed.
Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then, in that horrible silence, they heard the bell to ring. They heard the bell begin to ring. It's 3 a.m. They have 3 hours left. It was a clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you?
You're
Yep.
right, but...
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going.
Our next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right. Here it is.
It sat bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino in the kitchen between the two elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
So they found the Mercury card at room 3.
Yeah,
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the 2 of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
I want to check something. Ooh, what's the button again? I'm still here. I'm close to the point of making a decision. Outside the room, operating room, the 7th door. Back in the big room. So first I picked the door number 4. Second class cabin, outside the cabin, kitchen. So the casino must be here. Large hospital room, 3, 7, and 8. Back in the big room.
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh. First, we need to find out if the elevator comes up full of water.
Just like we did before.
Oh, here it is.
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once that been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Like the basement? Junpei, the bottom button. The bottom button! The door closed. Slowly they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
Bottom deck, the one below the E deck. Press F for the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallways in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
A number 2!
This is a numbered door.
This is the 8th one we found.
Nice! So we have 1, 2, and 6. And then we have number 9.
There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
Let's head back.
Okay.
He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone has written on paper, pulled from Junpei's notebook in an effort to pull together a blind vote.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Why they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper.
All right, let's open these up. The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
No, we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Junpei continued with the third, fourth, and fifth pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute.
Ha ha!
There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
Sorry.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But,
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
Ouch!
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So, last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe. But what about common decency?
Ouch.
Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
Ouch! I mean, she's not that old, and they're far from being raisin.
Oh, I'm gonna kill you!
Lotus hair flared out like the mane.
Not good.
Lotus hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls.
Let go! Let go of me! I'm killing him!
Ace is splitting them up. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
Right.
Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened
June
it.
wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers, save Junpei's, has been read. He did some quick calculation in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door on A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2.
This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship.
Santa and June requested door 6.
This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down.
Then the door I should choose is...
Huh. Should I go with 7 and Lotus at door number 2? Should I go with Ace and Clover? Should I go with Santa and June? It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He's opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke.
The last one is mine. I want to go through.
Door 1, door 2, or door 6? I haven't been with Ace yet. They wanted door 1, right? Yeah, let's go with door 1.
My choice is door 1.
Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
No.
Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
Sure, here.
Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The other peered as if at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Oh. Not cool, Junpei! 1, 6, and 2. Although he never know it now, Santa has been justified in his suspicion Junpei had switched papers.
I had 3 pieces of paper ready.
For door 1, 2, and
I
6.
put the one with door 6 on it into the pot.
He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his.
I just needed to make sure I drew last. After I saw everyone else's result, I just chose whatever door I wanted. If the number I'd already put in matched, then I didn't have to switch the paper out.
Well, what does it say?
He fought the urge to smirk.
You got lucky.
Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Very well. We've decided who will go through door 1. It will be Clover, Junpei, and myself.
4, 1, and me. Yeah, that makes 1.
Our only problem is the 2 remaining teams.
June and I want door 6.
Yeah. But you need someone else. You need...
Lotus and I want door 2.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Aw.
Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6.
Yeah, 3 for 6 plus 7 and 8 equals 24. So it's gonna be Santa, June, Seven and Lotus. Okay.
Sure thing. I didn't really want to go through door 2 anyway. Besides, if we've got a younger girl with us, it'll lower the average age. Right, June?
Well, I
June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not.
Pig. You just wait and see.
Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine.
Calling me old. This is why men are such a pain in the ass. They're about as subtle as a brick.
And they're at it again.
Even after they separated at the staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself.
I'll see you later, June.
Jumpy.
Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much.
Don't make that face. It'll be like what Seven said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
Seven's word took a weight off of Junpei's shoulders and felt much better.
It'll be fine. I'll see you soon.
All right. See you later.
Lingering uneasy remained, but they went their separate direction without much trouble. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck.
Here's A deck. It was the door on the left, right?
Touching something. Oh, this is where I'm going. Uh-oh. So, I'm judging that this is door number 6, and this should be door number 2. I see. Junpei, Ace, and Clover is that's Ares Adex on the left.
That should be it, yes.
Then here we go.
It opened, and they walked through.
It's just as Santa and Lotus said.
At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red wand upon it.
A numbered door.
To the left of it, bolted to the wall, was the red.
There's the red. I'll go first.
Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel.
Now the two of you, if you would.
Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned towards the panel, the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever.
Now.
He took a deep breath and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready? Shall I pull it?
Yeah, anytime.
That's what she said. Clover said nothing. She nodded little more than a lethargic twitch of the head.
Very well then. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
And it's open! Move it!
They stumble into the room. Yeah.
Where is it?
So it looks like a study. Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. Ah, there it is. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they live or die.
There it is! Over there!
Next to the door they come to was the dead. As one, they ran for it. They ran to it, they put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it. There you go.
It stopped.
Yes, it did.
Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast.
I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
Yeah, how can you?
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
I agree.
Now then.
Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly.
There's another door. Let's try opening it.
He took hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open.
So, this is the wheelhouse?
Mm-hmm. He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke.
Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door.
Very well.
Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something.
Okay, I will.
All right then, let's get started.
Puzzle time! Seek a way out. This is the chart room. Okay. Alright, we see a desk here. This is the door we came out of. There's a desk. Can I open this folder? Oh, there's a pocket watch. Hold up, there's something in this one. Why can't I grab it? The left drawer. Let's have a look. Nothing. Hold up, there's something in this one. I don't know why. Oh, anyway, pocket watch. That's a pocket watch. She sure hasn't been saying much. And she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. Okay. A voice he hadn't expected started Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch.
Oh, pocket watch. Might I take a look at it?
He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch.
Hey, man. What are you doing over in this room?
Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem?
Yes, there is. Well, not a problem, but...
Well, not a problem, but...
That's a lie. I wanted to get rid of Ace.
Why?
I sent him to the wheelhouse at the beginning for a reason. I wanted to talk to Clover alone.
Oh!
There's something I want to ask her. And I don't want anyone to overhear us. I'm pretty sure Clover won't talk if there's anyone else around. I'm a little desperate to send him back. Quick. He has to leave.
Ace opened his mouth and then took another look at Junpei's and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face.
Oh, I see. Of course.
He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover.
I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck.
Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She's heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
She was clearly suspicious and with good reason.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Junpei's eyes widened and he held up his hand in a gesture of innocence.
No, it's not like that.
What's it like then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment, remember? The one you started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about an experiment that happened here 9 years ago.
Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're gonna pay for it. I promise. So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung up on her lips where she was biting them. She bit her lips to blood? She wiped it off and looked out at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei, who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped.
Well, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right.
So, what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened door 3 with Snake?
Santa and 7.
Well, really, who and who, or who, and who?
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was only 2 other people for now?
Okay, got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arm and thought. Snake's bracelet number was 2. Which 2 bracelet number added to 2 would give her digital root of 3? Which 2 bracelets would give digital root of 3? Ace and Santa, Ace and June. No, Santa and 7. Yeah, there's no Clover and there's no me in this equation, so it has to be Santa and 7.
Would it be Santa and 7? The digital root for Snake, Santa, and 7 is 3. Wait, hold on. Are Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it.
Well, I thought about it, and...
He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open door 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people?
But if it's 3 or 4 people, that would include her at some point. Or us, or me. So that's why it doesn't make sense. Because if we remove... If it's 3 and 7, that remains June, Ace, and Lotus. So maybe Santa, 7, Ace, and Lotus? That would work.
I really don't think that's likely.
Why not?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly.
Yeah, here.
Junpei pulled out his pen and had pad of paper and it into her. Yeah. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provide a digital root of 3. Yeah, mine is here, number E. Snake plus Ace, Santa, 7, and Lotus. A is 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. B is 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. C is 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. D is 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. DE is 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 and 8 equals 21. This is mine. F is 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. G is 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 equals 21. And H, 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 21.
What's this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
Oh, I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
So then I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Yeah.
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So, what does that leave?
A and E.
A and E. Wait, it can't be A.
Why? Oh, because of June.
Why?
Because June's in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I'd bet my life on it.
Okay then. I can cross off A too, right?
Yeah.
Well, what have we got left?
E.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would be working together.
Do you think that's likely? If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they outnumbered us, right?
Yeah.
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and Seven are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were killers, why wouldn't they?
Yeah. So 7 is probably not the killer. Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look at her in the eye to know it was a forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an objective analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more that she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten.
Oh, I see. Anyway, I understand now. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 or 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and Seven.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it?
It was a moment of
Their
silence.
motive.
He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return, he raised a knowing eyebrow and then
Have
spoke.
I interrupted something?
What is it?
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
Okay. He turned on his heel and walked back towards the wheelhouse.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and follow Ace.
What did you want to talk about?
Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah? What's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest.
Hey, what the hell are you doing?
I'm just checking.
No, stop!
He reached for Ace's arm, but it was already too late. In the older man's hands were the pieces of paper Junpei has balled up and hidden in his pocket. Oh, he got busted!
Just as I thought. What exactly are these pieces of paper hiding in your pocket? You switched them, didn't you, when we voted? Well, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Then, why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
He smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, then turned on his heel and left. It was a small defeat, but it was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense.
Damn.
Alright. Why are we here? I don't want to inspect the wheelhouse yet. Oh! What's this? Lock? Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shape of indentation on it. It's shaped like the pocket watch. Huh? This shape. Maybe it does look like the pocket watch would fit here. Nothing. I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, we may need to do something with the watch first. Like, wind it to a specific time? That's weird. Okay, this is where we were. I didn't finish expecting that room. The right drawer, let's have a look, nothing. The center drawer, nothing in there anymore. No. A chair! Clover isn't very talkative. She looks kind of out of it. Is she thinking about Snake? Okay. Is there another chair? No, I cannot say like that. What are those? It's a wooden box. Maybe a case for letters? Hey, Clover, do you ever write letters? ... Nothing. Okay. Those are little books. Their shelves are lined with books. Let's see what it's in this blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh. Ship's log, huh? New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. File screen. Wait. Ship's log. A ship's log found in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for a time and are now heading due north. Soon we'll dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. This looks like a combination. Port, southwest, southwest, northwest, port, east, north. I think I'm gonna write it. Well, I can access my thing at any time now. Alright, so this is a map. There's a point here. This is United Kingdom. This is New York. This is Spain. This is Madagascar. This is South Africa. This is the north of Australia. And this is Japan. Okay. The map looks weird. What is it? It's a map of the world, but with the Atlantic Ocean in the middle. It probably looks weird because you're not used to seeing it that way. No. I always look at the map like that. In our maps, the Africa was always in the middle. In Europe too. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There's something on it. There are dots. I'm trying to get the pin. What is wrong here? This is Iceland. What's this island? This is ice. This is the Caribbean. Anyway, I'll look at it later. So, what do we have here? A chair. A chair! Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. Okay, here's some drawers. Here's the maps! Stack of nautical charts. I think this is a nautical chart. There's this line on it here. I think the line is the route the ship is supposed to take. There are these dots all over the map! Oh, those are probably ports, like for a boat to stop at. Looks like the lines connect the dots. Yeah. They go from Greenland. Oh, some pieces are like... Those are new points. Groenland, Senegal, southwest part of Africa, then Brazil, then Argentina, then straight to the west coast of Australia. Okay. There's nothing left in the drawer. Okay. What about the second drawer? No, not the first one. Okay, I'm gonna start with the... Okay, there's only this. Okay. Nothing left in the drawer. There was only stuff on the first. So, a light. It looks kind of a wilted flower. Okay. A world map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are numbers of red pins in several locations. What do these red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up the pins or something. No, not of them. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's a match to the pins. Okay, so we got 7 locations connected by straight lines. And each one has a word next to it. That's probably speed. New material has been added to a file screen. Really? A nautical table. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. A nautical table found in the chart room. It shows different directions of southwest, southwest, northwest, east, north, and straight. There's a word next to each point of the map. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. That's what it says. I think I need to write some stuff down because I need to access 2 files at the same time. And not gonna happen. Sorry. Alright, so port, south, west, southwest, steer around the continent, and then northwest. We made port, then east, and then north. And the final destination is UK. Now, the nautical table. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead. Stop. Oh, wait. I saw something in my items. Oh, it's gone. Wait. Oh. Log. Oh, now I see them. Oh, okay, they start in Japan, they go south to Australia at full speed, and then they go half to Madagascar, west, and then southwest to the point of South Africa, then northwest to go to New York at full, then from New York they go to Spain at half, and then from dead they go north. Oh, so the game did it for me. Oh, okay. All right. So, what do we have here? This must be the helm. What's this? Oh, this is the speed thingy. An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ship to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car? Well, it's a little different, but this device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it, which can be moved back and forth to... Hold on! Oh, there's no handle. Oh, you're right, there isn't. Oh, it looks like though it was deliberately removed. Okay, so now we see full, half, slow, dead, slow, stop, dead, slow, slow, half, full. And here we have a steam and a head. A stern and a head. Full speed ahead, half speed ahead, slow speed ahead, dead speed ahead, stop. Then full speed astern, half speed astern, slow speed astern, and dead. Alright, dead slow. Alright, so this is the helm. Let's play with this. The steering wheel. Let's see if... Whoa! Looks like the steering wheel moves. So I would say, I noticed something else as well. What's that? Well, when you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship is moving. Huh! Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning again. Yeah. So if I don't stop, it's gonna turn round and round and round. So right now I'm north, so let's go south. Okay, then west. Then southwest. Then northwest. And then east. And then north. Oh, what the? The handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? The handle, alright. Okay. So right now I'm gonna plug the handle here. So I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits! Excellent. That should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Alright, so... full speed ahead. Then half. Slow. Full. Half. Dead. Stop. Huh? That's weird. I thought I put in the right speed. Did I mess up? No, I don't think so. Look. Something's happened on the back wall of the wheelhouse. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. What's happening in the back walls of the steel house? A compass. Looks like it's connected to the helm. No. What's this? Ah, a human hammer. They're often used to subdue large men like Seven. What? That was a joke, of course. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Ace, you really kind of suck at making jokes. ... That was rather cruel. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside of them. Alright, let's see this. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. Compass appears to be broken, however. You see, the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. A desk. Anything in the drawers? Nope. So let's see. This is a mirror. There's another room on the other side of the mirror window. Cork, El Paso, Rostock, Loam, Santos, Fost, Cork, El Paso, Postock, Lome, Santos, Fost, Cork, El Paso, Postock, Lome, Santos, Fost, 0310010. What's this? Wait. Let me read that. There's something on the wall that looks kind of an arrival board. There are a whole bunch of words on the left side of the display. What the hell is this? They're names of ports across the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport. Deporting, XX carrier, XX flight, XX at XX hours. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. It looks like only one of those has a time on it, though. The time on the last line, right? 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Perhaps that's the arrival time? Yeah. Can I... A mechanical pocket watch with spring. It doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Turning the knob does nothing. Yeah, it's probably broken. Looks as though you could move the hands, however. I want a broken pocket watch. I can only move the hands manually. The knob doesn't work. So, does that mean... Can I put it back here? I know that I'm supposed to put the pocket watch in this hole, but... Come on, I want to change the time. Digital scoreboard or something like that. On the left side, it's got the names of the port of the ship will stop at along its route. The last line says 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. That must be the estimated time of arrival at the final port. Oh, perhaps. Whoa, what's he doing? Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, just took my pocket watch. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. Thank you, Ace. I wanted to do it myself, but the game doesn't want me to. Well, it should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. Let's see what he... Oh, he moved the hands. 10 seconds past 2 o'clock. Oh, so you changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. Yeah, now the watch is... at 3 o'clock, and the second needle is at 10 seconds. Looks like there's some sort of lock. It's got a weird shape and indentation on it, actually shaped just like its pocket watch I got. Let's try putting this in here. Open! Yes, it says open now. Good work. It seems you were successful. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover! Hey, Clover, get over here! What? Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room. Oh. Well, let's go then. Clover. ... You found it! Oh, so we're out already. Okay.
Oh,
nice.
A hallway.
It's far too narrow to be called one.
They found themselves in a small space outside the wheelhouse. On their left was a wooden door.
This seems to be the only route.
Yeah, let's go.
Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond.
Wow.
It was full of all manners of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment.
Well, these machines are weird. I've never seen any of them before. Huh? Wait, this one is...
A small machine had a metal bar that ended in a circular handle. This is a telegraph. It's to send more signal. Ace seems to recognize it.
Ah, yes. A telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago.
He turned and slowly took in the room.
This must be the communication office.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. Across the room from the door they entered through was another door.
And that door?
Metal plaque was nailed to it. It reads...
Captain's quarters. Huh.
That's what it says.
Then, do you think...
Could be. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hand begin to sweat. Only Clover seems unaffected.
Well, we won't know if we don't open it.
She walked out of the door and put her hands on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor covered in blood. Looks like a captain, and he's wearing a bracelet too. Junpei felt his body seize up. His mouth went dry, and he felt very, very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl, and his heart tightened like a fist.
Not again.
This was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he has begun to accept that whatever it was that he saw, whatever happened to him, was beyond his control, and whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination they could not hope to match.
Damn.
A sense of helplessness, of desperation, washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid.
No, wait. We didn't check his pulse yet. Maybe he's still alive.
Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. When he touched his hand onto his neck,
no pulse.
His pupils had dilated, and he wasn't breathing.
Well, he's dead. Damn. If only we knew how it happened.
Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There was a deep red wound on his chest.
These wounds. I wonder what killed him.
Junpei did not have to wonder long.
It must have been this.
There's an axe! For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood.
These clothes? A captain? Does that mean this guy was Zero?
Or maybe Zero killed him and says, I'm the captain now. But he's wearing a bracelet. On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on the bracelet was 0. That's not a digital root number.
Bracelet 0.
It was only then that Junpei noticed that the stench of blood had filled the room. He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it was a joke.
Junpei.
It may be wise to find a way out of here first.
Yeah, you're right.
Seek a way out. The captain's quarters. Okay. There's a video camera right here that's pointing to the door.
A camcorder!
Looks like it's pointed at the door.
Well, the power's on!
Why would someone want to videotape a door? No dice. It doesn't matter what I push on here, it's not working.
I don't think the power's on!
The display is dark. I guess the power isn't on. There's some sort of slot here, maybe it's for a key. It's a little rectangular hole. I think it's a keyhole or some sort. With the right key, I should be able to unlock it. Yeah. So this is the exit, huh? Don't even really have to try this door to know what this is, that it's locked. Yeah, I knew it. Let me check on something. Oh wait. Yeah, I'm in puzzle mode. I cannot check the flowchart. Or can I? No, I can't. I got no items. There's blood on his chair.
There's blood on the chair! Do you think this was the dead guys?
Yeah, probably. There's binoculars here. There's something metallic on top of that table.
Hey, is that a music box?
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, it's a music box. Yeah, you can crank it. Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up?
Why does it sound like that? Is it broken?
The pins on the cylinders are shaped all weird.
I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's wrong. Do you? Don't you?
Yeah. The music box. The pins on the cylinder looks odd. We have to take it apart if we want to get a good look at it. Okay.
It's a lamp, but it doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it.
Okay. A small table. Okay. It's a bed. There's nothing under the sheets. Okay.
A bed. There's nothing in it.
Okay. Oh, those are curtains here, right? No, I cannot access them. So, what about this? They look like batteries. There's a cable running from them to the monitor. There's a monitor here. There's a bolted door behind the desk. Okay, there's a monitor. This screen's showing what's happening at the central staircase of B deck. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. The room on this screen looks really fancy. There's just some random hallway on this one. This screen shows the big hospital room. This one shows the central staircase on the C deck. This is the elevator. I don't recognize the room on this one. Looks like the elevators, but there's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens.
You know how to work this thing?
Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. 0. I guess it does change the... What the hell is this? There's nothing on the monitor, just static. This Stu's. Isn't the door on that screen the one behind us?
You're right!
So whatever that camera sees is sent to this screen in real time?
I wonder if that means something, you know?
Huh.
Junpei snorted with grim humor for the second time since he come into the room. The 4 screens along the bottom add a single letter, each spelling out...
Z-E-R-O, huh? It's like he's making fun of us. What do you think?
He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Clover nodded.
Nothing.
It seems that she cared about little. Of course, Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse.
What about him? Do you think that's really Zero?
Clover shook her head weakly.
There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us.
Yeah, right. Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there's no way that man could be Zero.
Huh?
Don't you get it? The letters that spell Zero on the TV screen, the captain's clothes he's got on, and of course, the bracelet with a zero on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is Zero right here. This dead body is Zero. Isn't that kind of fishy?
You're right. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. So I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work. Which makes me wonder. I think this is a challenge. A challenge from the person who's really behind all of this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wanted us to think this corpse was Zero, they'd never have put a bracelet on him. Walking around with a Zero bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, "I did it!" Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything Zero is supposed to be. Just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was Zero and put the bracelet on him anyway. Do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. Too bad, suckers. This isn't Zero. Where's the real me then? See if you can catch me. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me.
Junpei bent down next to the corpse.
All right, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is.
Why would I?
Junpei sat back on his haunches and thought.
We should check and see if he's got anything on him that might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
Huh?
We gotta flip him over. How else are we gonna search his pockets?
Clover didn't move.
Okay, fine. Guess I'll do it.
Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own.
Here we go.
He grabbed a hold of an area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist.
Hey, it's the...
Another Zero bracelet. The bracelet with Zero on the face.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only two ways to do so. One, you escape from this ship. Two, Lord Hartley, which is Zero. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, Lord Eric's acknowledged heartbeat has fallen to zero. It will shut down automatically.
Oh, God.
Junpei stared at the bracelet.
This man... He's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just... I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. You don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out that he's dead.
Yeah. I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. Well, he looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen, though. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kinda has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside of you? I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin.
Oh my God. Too much information in front of her sister.
I think the explosion must have thrown him against a wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm.
Shut up, Junpei!
And...
Suddenly Junpei realized he was saying, yeah, how could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway.
Oh man, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean...
Oh, Junpei, you lovable oaf.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
His left arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him. There's no way I was gonna see the details.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
And he had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me!
She shoved her face closer to his. You could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed.
Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm.
She knows something. He had an operation. No sooner than were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed.
Clover? What's wrong? Look, I'm sorry if I said anything.
Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he had expected to hear.
Huh? What are you...
Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks, and he couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying. So he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's surprised arms.
Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry, it's just... I'm so happy!
Why?
The body in the shower room, it isn't his! It isn't my brother!
I knew it!
Huh?
It's not Snake!
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is...
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
He lost an arm and it's a prosthetic one. But how does it... But since the left arm was carrying the bracelet, how could he get his vitals? Oh, maybe it's he had a graft. It's not a bone, but it's like a metal rod. Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but that knowledge lifted some of the weight from Junpei's heart.
But he's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
I'm so glad.
Huh?
Junpei, you were right.
Huh?
No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love.
I want to check something. Yes! I want to check the flow. Alright. So, this is this escape, the second. There's another escape room, and then it's two endings. I'm close to finish that branch. Chart room, outside the room. This must be the captain's quarters. This is where I'm at.
If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pockets and pulled something out.
That's...
It was the laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. But because I had this 4-leaf clover, because of what you said to me,
Yeah.
Junpei had thought his word would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room.
Oh, if you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one who gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too.
Oh.
Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei.
Huh?
He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. Six steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 steps to the left, and then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious but not angry.
Yeah, he did. Did I say something wrong?
Oh no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think.
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Oh.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago, with my brother and me.
I knew it was something like that.
But he's blind, and I was part of the Nevada test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the faces of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa. Okay, time out.
Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out.
Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start with 1 and then move to 2 and 3 and 4 and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out.
Okay.
Clover nodded.
All right, let's start with this experiment. What happened on this boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about morphogenetic fields?
Morphogenetic fields.
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
I think Lotus mentioned something like that.
Junpei recounted what Lotus has told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy, huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, what exactly did they have you guys do?
The same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The Nonary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in the building in Nevada, and the game started.
So some people had the answer and they have to think about it, and people they have to Junpei grabbed the side of his head.
Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the Nonary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Am I missing something here?
Clover bit her lip. She blinked back, sun and tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access a morphogenetic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops in your head? That's an epiphany.
Yeah.
And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to that equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the Nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Huh.
Junpei felt the sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful squeeze, and for a moment he felt very, very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada. I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was...
The sound of the door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my
God.
apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Damn it, Ace! always at the best moment.
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glances down at the floor. Oh yeah, we totally forgot there was a dead body there. At the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, would you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back towards the communication office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait!
Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei? What are you doing in there? Hurry up!
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stumped off towards the communication office. Okay. So... this is the Morse code. Whoops. Hey Ace, look! It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Hey Ace, look! It's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? It's a telegraph key, a machine for transmitting Morse code. I tried sending an SOS earlier, but I doubt that did anything. Zero would never make it that easy. So, you think it's broken? No, it works. I'm just not sure if it actually transmits outside anything outside of the ship. Hey look, there's a big ass rat trap over there. I told you that's a telegraph key. The device that transmits messages through Morse code. A pair of headphones. I can't hear anything. Guess whatever they were connected to doesn't work anymore. Okay. The cable that comes out of this thing is connected to the desk. What does that mean? It looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole though. An electric lock, perhaps. Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some cables over there. That must mean... what's this? There's a piece of paper in the drawer. Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. Piece of paper. Alright, piece of paper. Blank. Okay, only the top. Okay. What's this? A clock mounted on the wall. The hands aren't moving. A little surprised that the time is wrong then, I suppose. And there's nothing on the back. Look, a hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. Junpei, what are you doing? We're searching the warehouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it would be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you? Yeah, I know that. Didn't think that was... God damn it. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. It's an old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. Small screwdrivers. Oh, if I combine this with the music box. Alright, this screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. The cylinder. Okay. What's this? Ink. Oh, I think I know what I need to do with it. Ink plus the music box. I guess I'll put the ink on the cylinder. Dirty cylinder meet piece of paper. Now I just gotta roll the cylinder against a piece of paper, like a print. And if I'm right, the ink should make a Morse code chart. Well, well, well. It's a message in Morse code. Dot, 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 dash, dash, dot, 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 dash, dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot. Alright. So, wait. Alright, I've got the Morse code I'm supposed to enter. If I do this right, something will happen. I hope. Alright, let's give it a shot. This is the last one, and yes! Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. I did? Well, I guess I did. Alright. Sorry. I need to adjust my... putting a blanket on my chair so I won't sweat through my chair. Because it's easier to wash my blanket than to wash the sweat off my chair. Because the fabric absorbs the sweat and it's hard to take off. Alright. And it's open. What's this? A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up.
Looks like there's something on the cover. ALLICE.
All ice.
All ice. Alice. Does this mean...
Junpei couldn't hold back. He had to know what was in that file. And it's in the hieroglyphics. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols.
What the hell is this?
He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at
They're
him.
hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt?
That's right.
Can you read them?
Of course.
Not.
I can't. What would make you think I could?
What the hell?
Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just one or two pages that were covered in this strange symbol. Every single page was covered in them.
Whoa, the whole thing's like that.
Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file, and something fell out.
What's this?
He bent down and picked it up.
Oh, a key card.
It's the Mars card! Nice! There was a symbol on it that reminds Junpei of the symbol of Saturn and Mercury key cards. This one, however, has a dot in the center and the male symbol.
Uranus. That's the Uranus symbol.
Really? I thought Uranus was... But there's a dot in the middle. I thought Uranus was more of... Wait, how was Uranus symbol? I thought it was more like a W with a cross. Junpei looked over to see Ace examining the card. In addition to the Uranus symbol, there were 3 words engraved to the cards as well. But yeah, Uranus, because we only find a Mars key, if I remember correctly. This one has a dot, so yeah, we have all the key. We have all the planet except this one, and Neptune. Neptune must be the last.
Something's written on the bottom. Bottom deck library. This must be the key to the library, then.
The Forest of Knowledge. This is where the coffin is!
So it would seem.
Bottom deck library. Oh.
Junpei remembers something he heard from Seven when they were in the chemical closet.
Seven said something like...
Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic.
Bottom deck.
Could beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? And the Forest of Knowledge is the library? Then could Alice be in a room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong? Something on your mind?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace was looking at him. Curiosity and concern written all across his face in equal parts.
Yeah. I just remembered something.
Is that so? What about?
Well, don't laugh, okay?
There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know how Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June has told him.
The Egyptian priestess, an Ice 9. Interesting.
And the woman who wouldn't melt, who was recovered from the Titanic disaster, they called her All Ice, which eventually turned into Alice. And she was purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain. According to Seven, this ship is where he hid Alice.
And you think that he hid her in a small room, beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is just a theory.
Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absent-mindedly stroking his beard. After a few moments, his hand stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS?
C-A-S. No.
Cass.
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is a technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals.
Okay.
Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within its cells expands as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membrane.
Yes.
CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled using magnetic fields, and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form.
So they used magnetic fields to stop the molecules from moving, and that's how it froze? Wow.
It was originally developed for the preservation of food, as an alternative to the normal freezing process.
Well, yeah.
Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Well, yeah.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation. Cryogenic freezing? It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
This was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting.
Whoa, wait a minute there.
Ace looked at him and raised an
Are
eyebrow.
you saying that Alice was frozen using that CAS thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If this special ice you call Ice 9 does indeed exist, and CAS were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantaneously.
You think she could be alive?
Well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature...
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
You're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a Bobby on the loose. If our theory is correct, the one person who's killing people left and right will be none other than Alice, the priestess, the Egyptian priestess, who got frozen.
You mean the guy dressed like a captain?
Yes. He was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by whom? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1.
Yeah.
Who was it that opened that door?
Santa and Lotus.
Right. Clearly, the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else then could have done so?
Junpei thought for a
Nobody.
second.
After Santa and Lotus used the Earth key, they turned back and met up with me and June. Then we returned to the large hospital room and found Ace, Seven, and Clover. While we'd gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had stayed behind. But it's impossible for those three to open door 1. But what about when June and I took the elevator to door 2? No, still won't work. We were only gone 5 minutes. No human being could have run to the captain's quarters, killed that guy in there, and run back that fast.
It would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer, that being the case. Who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the locations of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered door would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice?
It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory. ...
All ice. Alice. Is she really somewhere on the ship?
Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand.
Maybe this card will give me access to the Forest of Knowledge and the big mystery. What could be there beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Anyway, whatever. It's gonna have to wait. I can't do anything right now. I'll come back to this later.
He gripped the key card tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material has been added to the file screen. Wait, what's this? That's a key in the drawer. I guess it was hidden under the red file. Can I pick it up? A unique key. Oh, this is the key to that goes into the camera recorder. Okay. So what more was added in the file? Information about Alice. File found in the communication office. It says all ice on the spine. All of the names pages are filled with hieroglyphics from ancient Egypt. Okay. Oh, this is the same door. Okay. Let's try. Control panel for the electronic lock. Looks like it's got a keyhole in the bottom right. Maybe the key I got earlier. Sweet. I just have to put the key in and now it's on.
Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen!
There's 8 of them. That probably means we got to put in 8 digits.
You think you can figure it out?
No. No. Eight digits, huh? Once I put in the 8-digit number, I'll just press C to enter it. If I mess up, I can just press C. Alright, let's give it a shot. What's the passcode? I don't have an idea what it might be.
There's gotta be a hint or a clue in there somewhere. I mean, that's what all the other rooms have been like, you know. Let's look for it.
A hint, huh? They look like batteries. There's a cable running from them, the monitor. Oh. What's the deal with this? It's some kind of code. There are 4 rules of numbers and letters. They all start with 0 and end with 8, F, N, or V respectively. Maybe it has something to do with number bases. New material has been added to a file screen. Okay. Wait. Flow chart controls. No. The numeral system chart. A numeral system chart from the captain's quarter. 10 in base 10 is written as A in hexadecimal, therefore 11 is B. The chart show the rules on each numeral system. Okay. So this is a base 9. This is at a base 15. Okay, so this must be 9, 16, 25. Wait. I'm 32. 9, 16, 25, 32. Okay, we're gonna try that. Okay, one more time. 0, 9, 15, 25, 32. No, I must do something wrong. What's the passcode? I'm pretty sure I've searched every part of this room by now. I need to go to the bathroom again. I drink too much water. Can you blame me? It's very hot in here. No system chart. So it's 9, 16. $24. 9, 16, 24, and then 33. 9, 16, 24, 33. $24. 1, 16, 24, 33. 9, 16, 24, 33. Whoops. Okay. Oh, wait. Was worth a shot. Shit, wrong again.
Hey, Junpei, didn't you find the list of numbers and letters?
Yes, I did.
Don't you think that might be a clue?
Huh? Yes, I did. I'm reading the clue wrong. I cannot think straight because I have to go to the bathroom, but... Oh, wait a minute. I think I got it. I gotta go to the bathroom, then I'm going right back. I think I found it. I'm such an idiot. Okay. So my last try was not wrong when I spelled zero, Z-E-R-O, by changing the letter to its number of the alphabet. Like since Z was the 26th letter, I said 26. E is the 5th, R is the 18, and Z0 is the 15. But what they're showing right now is that all those letters, like I had to add 9 to all of them. So Z is now 35, E is 14, R is 27, and O is 24. Alright, I'm gonna try this. If this is not the correct answer, I don't know what it is. One more time. $14. Wait. Yeah. 18 plus 9, 27. 15 plus 9, 24. Yes! Lock open! It worked! Good job, Junpei! Excellent! You seem to have unlocked it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. You found it! They stepped out of the captain's quarter and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei's for a bit, before turning left like a great backward L.
Alright, let's go.
Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran, and ran, and I ran, and veins are far away. At the end of the hallway was a door.
That's the next door.
He made straight for it.
A piece of paper.
Ooh, piece of paper. He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. Junpei skidded to a halt.
This is...
He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off of the floor.
Map of the ship's interior for ADEC.
What's wrong?
Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, has finally caught up to Junpei.
I found a map for this floor.
She showed Ace what he snatched from the wall. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded.
I see.
With that, he began running again past Junpei.
Well, that was anticlimactic. I should keep this, though.
Junpei shoved the map into his pockets and got up to follow Ace. But something stopped him.
Where's Clover?
He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it. What the hell is she up to?
Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarter, her hands on the doorknob.
Clover!
Huh?
As Junpei watched, she closed it gently and quietly.
What the hell are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket, as if trying to hide something.
What the hell is that?
What?
You've got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is
Tampons!
a note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy with the captain's clothes. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand or something.
What the hell? Let me see it.
No, not right.
But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover! What are you two doing? Hurry up!
He's getting mad.
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, all right? Come on, we gotta hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. Around the corner and off down the long stem of the L. A note. A note! Gotta check something. Yeah, I'm close to where I need to make a decision. I think I'm gonna save soon. But it's too juicy. Would you like to save? Yes. Finish saving. Would you like to quit? No, because it's too juicy. At least I'm gonna stream until I get to at least one ending. I'll see how it goes. A note. Junpei was curious. There was something else that bothered him.
From the look of that pocket, it doesn't particularly look like just a note. Jeez, what are you thinking? For crying out loud.
Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs.
The big stairs. Huh. So this is where it ends up. Just like it says on the map.
It was just as he expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing.
Ace? Did he head down?
He put his hand down the handrail and leaned over to look down.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, we're in front of the door number 4.
Look, the 4 others are there too.
And not just Ace, Santa, June 7, and Lotus as well.
Really?
Let's join them.
Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy! Clover!
June's face was excited. Something had happened that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her.
What's up?
Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it!
Found what?
We found it!
What did you find?
The last door!
Door number 9?
We found door 9!
What?
Come on! Just follow us! We'll explain on the way!
Okay.
7 turned and jogged off down the stairs.
Well, if that's the case...
Wait for me.
We should get going as well.
The rest followed.
Jumpy! We finally made it!
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt.
Yeah, it's finally time.
Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it. At least not just yet. Something's gonna happen. I get a feeling. Still, if everyone said it was door number 9, then it probably was.
We've reached the end.
He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his vein, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny the prospect of escape was an exciting one.
Something's bothering me. Only 3 to 5 people can go through the numbered door.
Yeah.
7 of us are on our way to door 9. That means that, best case scenario, there will be 2 of us who have to stay behind. 2 people. Is there a way?
Junpei looked over at the clock.
4:30.
Only 1 hour and a half left.
We've only got 90 minutes left. I've got no time to wonder about it now.
Hey! Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie.
Let's go, Jumpy!
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could.
Yeah.
Junpei followed. C deck. Elevators. Bottom deck. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E deck. It looked familiar. There were a metal grate between the 2 elevators. 7 grabbed hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got into the elevator on the left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that, we headed down another hallway. It took us toward the bow and eventually to the number 6 that you 2 found earlier.
Yeah?
We opened it and kept going.
Yeah?
There was another locked door behind it, like usual. But this time we had to complete 2 different areas before we could unlock it. Once we were through that door, there was another hallway that went the other direction, toward the stern.
So, on your way, you found the elevator.
That's right.
So, in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around.
So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here.
Follow me. 7 began walking down the hallway that lead toward the stern. Junpei and the others broke to a jog to keep up with him.
By the way,
They had been walking around for a while, June in silent step and Junpei when she spoke.
you know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
That all 7 of us are going to door 9.
What?
You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus. What's their digital route?
3, 7, and 8. Oh.
9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they'd wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes, because Santa wouldn't let them.
Oh.
He said, we can't leave June and the others behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase.
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you.
Junpei felt his eyebrows knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June has sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that Seven and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Is that so?
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped.
We're here.
In front of them stood a door.
So, is this...
Yeah.
Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod.
There's no other place for us to go.
Nope. Just look around. There's a big old iron wall at the end of the hallway. The other hallways on the left and right are blocked by metal grates.
I see.
I looked at though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
All right, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. Here's the 9 door. It appeared they've been telling the truth.
No way.
The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all the others, it was a rough thing made of red paint. The door decorated sat on the back wall of a rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it.
The 9 door.
It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish.
We're finally here.
Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. It display read vacant.
No doubt about it. This is door 9.
I'm gonna save again. Save. Yes, I would like to save.
Oh, finally! This is the last...
Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. There was a moment of complete silence.
Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around.
Behind? What?
Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw.
Why? A door and a 9. There's another one.
There's another one! But there's a coffin right there! Oh, wait. This one looks more like a Q.
Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His word came slowly and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking it, the number. And if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door.
There's a red there too! That means... And of course it won't open.
He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real.
Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Ah, so this is where we have the split decision. Which door are we gonna take? One of them is fake. one of them leads me to a bad ending, and the other one leads me to something. I don't know. You have to choose wisely. Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. It seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about all the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but there are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero's going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room?
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything that might have been a hint, though.
Well then, that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with a 9 on it.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found.
Yeah. The more I look at the character, it says it's a 9, but it still looks like a Q. So...
Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Like on the transcript, the 9 has a little tail at the end. But on the piece of paper, the 9 is a straight line. But both of them doors are shaped the same way that it's on the piece of paper. Junpei became too martyr to
So
himself.
if there are 2 number 9 doors, if we split it up right,
That's not gonna work.
No. Junpei blinked and looked over at Clover. She held out her hand. Now it only works if the snake is here. Because we're stuck with 7 with having no one. Ace and Lotus, yes. Santa and June, yes. Clover and me, yes. But 7 is stuck without a 2. We need Snake.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
yeah, here.
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote a series of numbers.
You get it?
So she's writing all the possibilities with all the possibilities of making a 9, and all the remaining people are ended up having a digital root of 16, digital root of 7. So they're still in every possible situation. It's missing a 2. Snake is missing.
The numbers on the top are all the combinations with digital roots of 9. The numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only 8 possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4 people. So...
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through, then 3 are left behind. Right?
yeah.
Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem.
No way.
The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank.
Come to think of it,
desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him.
what is this room?
The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadows of Junpei and his companion look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet...
Is that an altar?
Yep, and there's a coffin. There's a recessed space set to the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on the raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin? A coffin?
A coffin? No, it couldn't possibly be.
But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue that line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor in his voice, but it was forced.
Okay, I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer. But I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
What are you talking about?
Junpei didn't understand, and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet?
I did.
Fine, fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong. She just... screw it! Let me just write it out.
Yeah, write it out. By making teams of 4, there's only 3 people left behind. But if you make teams of 3, you get 1 people left behind. And that's 7. Everyone else cluster around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and a group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right.
Yeah, so every odd number goes together, except for 7. Every even number goes together. So it's going to be Ace, Santa, and me in one door. And Clover, June, and Lotus on the other. So all the men on one side and all the ladies on the other.
But there's another way. Only one combination, though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
No, I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm gonna have to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either.
I don't like that idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven.
Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this.
Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei couldn't see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That was when Santa spoke.
Whoa, hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable.
Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here?
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Huh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
Oh, so you want to be teams of one team of 4 and left 3 behind? There was a dull shine in Santa's eye. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver.
What the hell are you?
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person. I need 2 more. 3 people, including Seven. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those are my orders.
Santa? Are you Zero?
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
Okay, I'm saving. I'm saving! I'm feeling something's awful's gonna happen.
What?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and grabbed June. Where did he get a golden gun? He had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile.
Huh? What?
A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lungs. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa started changing attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa has grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple.
Why? What the hell is that?
Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's question roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6.
He took the gun from a room?
I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it!
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't so much as flinch. The corner of his lips twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then his smile faded and he began to move. He walked backwards, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same.
Now, time for you to start following my orders. Ace, Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands in the red.
Yeah, 3 plus 6 plus 1 plus 6, you got 18, that makes 9. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits, he glared at Ace and Lotus. They stayed frozen like deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right, fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner than the words out of Santa's mouth than his hands twitched. And the gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, scattering wood and splinter across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of a hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
He really shot it? But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke out of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
You knew about the leaf words and the 4-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitches almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea.
You're lying!
Shut up! Just shut up! You stupid bitch! You want me to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flecks of spit flew from Santa's mouth, his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled, her eyes wide. When she spoke, her voice was very small.
Santa.
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus.
All right, assholes. What are you still standing there for? Get over here and scan those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing's starting to go? Going senile, maybe?
Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was still behind Santa's arm. Her eyes were wild and her chest heaved with every quick breath like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate.
That's it.
June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa has commanded meant that she would be safe for at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot and she would leave the ship alive, along with Santa, Ace, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do.
It's the only way.
He turned to Ace and Lotus.
Please, go.
Huh?
No way.
Jumpy, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're going to be stuck, Jumpy. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know. But you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave it to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but...
Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of.
No, no, you can't! Ace, Lotus, don't come over! Don't worry about me, please!
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. He gently placed a hand on each of their shoulders
Please.
and pushed them towards the door. They almost stumbled and righted themselves and took another step and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded.
Go.
Oh, all right.
Fine.
Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly towards the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seems like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled.
All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. Red doesn't need a person, you know? All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hands on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again.
He shoved a revolver order against June's head and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sided, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand onto the scanner panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on.
Good job. Now, Lotus, pull that lever. Soon as the door opens, you get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Damn it.
Junpei could almost hear Lotus' teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
Good! Go!
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled himself and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles of the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arm into the front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything to occupy his mind, Junpei walked into the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. Engaged. It really engaged. He moved to the smaller door. Vacant. The red read vacant. The digital root of the remaining people was 7. 5 plus 4 plus 7. There was no possible way for them to open the door with a 9 on it. Junpei touched the surface of the door.
June.
He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do?
What can we do? 7 opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical. It was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh, quiet!
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger to her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from.
Where is it coming from? Could it be?
Hey! I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right!
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try!
Junpei and 7 grabbed hold of the coffin. They tried to get a good grip of with what little perches they could find and pull with all their strength.
Damn it!
It won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password or it won't open?
I think so.
The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder.
Whoever or whatever's inside this thing wants out. And now.
I know that. But how?
Without a passcode, I don't think there's much we can do.
They couldn't even tell how many numbers a passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran to examine the pews, and 7 investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing.
There's nothing here.
Not making this easy, are they?
The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room.
What's the passcode? What am I supposed to do? How can we figure it out? I need something.
To be continued. So this is the ending. I didn't get a choice. Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa! Wing staff. Laboratory, are you just gonna give up just like that? And there, June. Now it is time. Let our games begin. You have reached one ending. This game has multiple endings. In order to experience all the endings, you need to play through the game multiple times. Make sure to save your progress now to retain all information you acquired. Memory Escape has been added to the title screen. Memory Escape enables you to replay the escape room you have completed. Would you like to save the info you obtained during this playthrough after saving? The game will start from the beginning. Yes.